Good morning, good day. You're welcome to my talk. This is your Suraj Singh on this day of February 7, 2021. Talking to you as usual, early morning, Sunday. I know you are sleeping, but I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping at all, and no need of sleeping because sleeping means sleeping mind, and sleeping means lost mind. Well, your choice, and this is what I say. I have to talk EPC, construction, and certification. Life is not what we think is right. Life is not what we think is wrong. Life is life is life. Projects, red book, that is construction projects, and qualification certificate. Well, as usual, in start of this talk, I would like to invite your attention to what we are. Human, human being, which God made first product. God produced human being as a quality product in each and every respect. It has mental capacity, it has digestion capacity, it has hunger capacity, it has emotional capacity, and it has walking capacity, it has physical capacity. I don't think some capacity exists that may not be with human being. Human being is all-rounder capacity. It is quantity producer, it is quality producer, it is soul producer, it is producer of everything. So I can say first example of engineering is human being. It's not material engineering, it's with materials of complete package supply, you can say. Package supply. Sometimes we say this is a package unit. This contains all activities within this. It performs all activity. That's called package. Any or whatever item you can say that is package means there is no need to give another input except electrical supply, and even if it is battery operated there is no need of electrical supply. Nowadays cars are coming with battery operation, scooters are coming with battery operation, so I'm just referring to that. A product which nobody could imagine, God has done. It was done long before, beyond our imagination in past. We cannot even put down history when it was done. So time is unknown since when God did it. We can say God produces everything in package, human or animal or nature. So that is first part of you can say first without professor lesson of engineering, that package is best. Package delivery is best because you have to add nothing to that. You have to get finished material, performing material, operational material. This is what you can say is phenomenon of God. It's not only on human being, God applies it to all products, to vegetables, to fruits. You can take example of any vegetable, any whatever vegetable you take, potato, tomato, lady finger, onion, or you can say garlic, cauliflower. Name one, even brinjal. Name one, and you will find that it is a packed unit. It has got its internal structure, it has got its skin, and it has got complete protection for adverse impacts of weather for few days until it's to be used by consumed by human being. Take banana, you have to just remove skin and eat that, and even that skin some animals eat it. No, eat some animal eats. So there is nothing left. Okay, we do not take that skin. You can take skin of apple out and eat. You can take skin of, or even with the skin if you take them, it doesn't harm. So YT says there is nothing left. Even groundnuts you can take. You have to remove skin or containment of that and consume it. And on even on that nut inside, there is another protection. Very thin skin, soft of course. And also you can take whatever else. You know, you will these natural products, all products would teach us something. They teach us something that keep everything packed, protected. We do package only for purpose of decoration as well as for transportation. But God does not do it for purpose of decoration or for transportation, but for requirement. Even Earth lithosphere is well built in with layers of different densities. So what I can learn from nature is, number one, that it is very systematic. Big manufacturer, biggest manufacturer, only manufacturer, no other manufacturer can equal it. Number one is that. Number two is it is very much systematic according to environment requirement, according to weather conditions. There's a system which works automatically, and you get in summer season crops which are not exactly same as you get in winter season. It's depending on what sort of temperature, what sort of speed of wind, and what sort of climatic conditions require what sort of material. That's what we get. We do not realize this fact in our life because we are used to live in that condition without even analyzing those conditions. If you analyze like this, you will find that nature is the biggest teacher to everybody. A system is working, specifications are defined, what sort of products God gives us, packaged products, and then God works from whole unit to different parts automatically. It can also be called package in that case. We are just roam on, this is EPC, this is construction, this is this and this is that. We don't realize fact that whatever we talk of, it's all part of God, and we have to worry about that. We have to understand what sort of construction God is making all the time. There's a fixed specification, there's a fixed scenario, there's a fixed schedule for something, that this is scheduled for construction of a baby within womb, as well as this is specification for animals womb. What time, what stage, something shall be delivered without any input from all these creatures, except that these creatures, including human being, consume some food. So this means there is something we have to understand first. First of all, what is size of this universe? We cannot define, we cannot say, because it's beyond our measurements. How many universes do exist? We have no, yes, we do not know. And what is one universe? We do not know. What is definition of a universe? We do not know. What is scope of universe? We do not know. How far these skies are? We do not know. How far these stars are and how many actual stars are? We do not know. To be very frank, we know nothing. So if we cannot know those which are beyond our controls and beyond our imaginations, we can just see them directly or through some equipment. But that is all engineered. God engineered products. God engineered product. We have not understood very clearly, explicitly how these products function. Doctors, medical science knows, it understands how body functions, but it is also not seen, it's not 100% understood how body functions because of minute details in body and particularly in mind itself. Very minute construction of mind, brain has not allowed scientists or doctors to analyze exactly what structure mind has. We engineers talk of structures always, structure, structure, structure. But we don't really understand that it is very small part of engineering that we talk of structures, we talk of construction, we talk of this branch of engineering and we talk of that branch of engineering. It is a very small scope if you compare it to whole universes. I know people cannot fly and go to see them. Had we got natural wings with us, we could have flown. That privilege God has not given to human being. Though this privilege exists with all other creatures, birds, for example, it has. So maybe in that case, those birds creatures are better than what we are. But no problem, we have been given another machine that's called mind with immense potential to visualize what we can see, we can view from here rather than going there and viewing only from there. That's big one. Mind is such an equipment which has not declared itself about its identity, about its structure, what it works, how it works. Mind hasn't declared its total contents. Only some can say physical structure, bones structure, how this work. We can say God God intends to keep secrets with it. That's also true. When we do not understand how something happens, we say it's God's will. Yes, that's right. And when we are not able to solve some problem, we say, okay, let God take care of this. That is end of our journey. We can say our destination reaches to a place or to a point when we say, let God take care of this. That is really very much surprising, and also we have to accept this fact that we have not known about this universe, Brahmand, till now. We can only say, okay, we know something. At least whatever we observe here on earth, we, we have converted that to science and we are happy with that. More than that, we don't want to go. And of course, it is, you can say, limitation of human, that human cannot go beyond certain point. Because without availability of real resources, we cannot understand how this nature works. That's where I want to put you on with your attention that do not have much pride of knowledge in you. I know this and I know that. I am this cadre, I am that cadre. Everything is relational, relative, and nothing is original as we command or we claim that it is original. Nothing is original. In fact, we have to understand all these points. Nothing is original. We have to understand this fact that nothing is original, and we with what God plays with this toil, and we think we are doing this and we are doing that. Fact remains that we are just using what us, and it is our privilege that God allowed us use this. When talk of civil engineering issues, civil engineering issues and all other branches issues are so wide, spread over, we cannot pinpoint them. This is where we start and this is where we end into, because civil engineering, or you can say structural engineering, or you can say real engineering. Real engineering in the sense that we have to build everything, we have to produce everything in civil engineering from natural materials. We are not delivered just as delivered a baby, or just a delivered sun, or just a delivered solar system for human use. We have to do everything other than all ourselves. When we are on this mundane earth, we have to do everything ourselves. Raw material, or you can say stone, is given by God. Water, fire, and all these elements, we call five elements or more, are already available by blessings of gods to us, and that's where we can say that we got it. God gives us this, and that's true. All provided by God. Otherwise, nobody knows from where this material constituting earth came from, materials constituting sun came from, and all other objects that exist came from. We do not know about that. So we are lucky, we are fortunate enough that we have this potential with us, potential of God, and potential of, you can say, what we are, what we do, what we should do, should not do. That's all important point. Sometimes I feel very much miraculous when I see that how could nature do it? When we, for very small structure, we have to think that much. For even one room, if you construct, you have to think a lot. You cannot blindly say, I start or do it. That is nonsense. It may be one structure, or one building, or one room, or even one foundation. We have to take into consideration so many assumptions, so many, we can say, contemplations, and then work out our calculations. This means if it works that way, God has created this universe. How much work was done, we cannot imagine that. And not only how much work was done in imagination, but also from where from, you can say, this huge quantity of materials that is involved in all construction of planets. From where did it come? This also is raised as a top question. There may be many theories, leave them aside, but fact remains. Whatever we see is built up, is delivered, but what from, or you can say where from, was this procured is unknown to me, to you, as engineering professionals, and to all others. So it's a point of concern. If we are not able to locate where does that source exist, no issue, no issue. We are not locators of source actually. Our scope of objective is not that. Our scope is enough if we just understand, if we just observe, if we just are able to analyze, which is root of science, which is root of engineering, and which is root of intellectuals. Analysis. Analysis, again and again I say, do not take it as an article only. Analysis. It's not an article. It's biggest method in every branch of academics. Whatever field you go in, you will find that analysis gives us where do we stand. It gives us what we have to do. It tells us where we are right or where we are wrong. This is analysis, and analysis is done by potential of mind. Potential of mind is also undefined. You can know yourself, what was your potential when you are in school, and what is your potential now when you have postgraduate 25 to 30, 40 years experience in whatever branch of, whatever field of world professions. I know you all know about this, though I am telling you that. I'm not telling you that, in fact. I'm just trying to recall. I'm just trying to advise you recall all this. Recall, because we have, if you understand capacity, if you understand capacities of our body parts, we can very well evaluate how these parts are responsible. Example starts from eyes. You can see your eyes can watch stars. This means we do not know where these stars are located, but eyes can reach there. I mean to say, not physically. I watches that star and tells you this is a star. Same way mind works in a way that mind can reach wherever you want, even beyond stars, where God sits. I don't know where, but wherever it sits, mind can move there in fraction of a second. So you can see what is speed of mind. That's very important part. So as engineer, I have to understand like this. When we use materials, we use equipment or we construct equipment, or we use human resources, we cannot blindly use everything. We cannot blindly use all these, source products. All these resource product, all these relative products are these original products. I am saying source, I am saying resource, I am saying, natural products, I am saying other products which we use in construction are very important. These resources are very, very important from existence or from survival viewpoint. If we do not have food, we cannot survive. If we do not have vegetables, we cannot survive. And if we don't have a healthy body, means it becomes very difficult to survive. So I think this body as a unit is very important engineering product, not human engineering product. This is God engineering product. And God has given such a product that He has automated it forever until one lives in this body. There is no input except natural energy agencies and food. To some extent, food is also natural as far as crop products are concerned or vegetables are concerned. Cooking is your activity, but gas is also available because of God. And if you use electrical cooking, electrical also comes from same source. So your job is only cooking and eating, while products come from nature, water comes from nature, heat comes from nature, energy that is called. So you can find what is your contribution, what is your percentage contribution in developing this world. Because every agency of God is working all time. These agencies do not take your permission. These agencies do not send you any bill of service. And these agencies are very much regular, very much punctual, very much efficient. Though I am a civil engineer, I I'm talking all this, you may raise this question. You may raise, indeed, no problem. You can raise any question you like to yourself and you answer yourself. Because there nobody else can answer for you. If civil engineer or other engineers do not understand, do not analyze like this, in that case I can say your engineering education is futile if you can't analyze, if you can't think critically. And people say critical thinking is root of solution. That's right, it is root of solution, and it finds root of problem within problem. Where does problem lie in fact? Where is source of problem and how to neutralize that? So criticism is actually analyticism. It's not negativism, you cannot say it is negativism. And even if it is negativism, we know negativism is positivism. If we can understand negativity, we can very well say this is answer to this problem, because negative is not something bad. Negative is good for development. People feel it, they deny its existence because they do not like it. People do not respect their criticism, which is also very bad. Negative power is already there in nature, because what we see this world is positive with positive eyes, and if we see this world with negative eyes, when say hidden eyes, which you cannot see physically but spiritually, and you can say negative exists. Negative everywhere it exists, and positive also everywhere it exists. It is reference only. Something is seen, we call it positive, and something which is not seen, we say it's hidden or negative. And it is negative only until we reach positive. But do not forget, negative is also imagination, you may say. Yes, it is to some extent imagination, and of course it's a fact also, because even if it is negativism or fiction, but it exists. We should not deny this fact. It exists. That existence is to be recognized. We have to do that. And if we are not able to do that, we run away from fact. We run away from everywhere. We cannot say. And therefore, intellectuals, whoever you are, wherever you are, it's your first duty. Do not count yourself only. You are sitting on certain degrees or higher degrees. Your job is to make your mind that powerful that it helps you through work. Degrees, educational degrees, etc., these are relative degrees. These do not tell me, do not tell you what we are, how do we work, how we take this. That's very, very important point. So negativism gives us positivism, and negativism helps us understand what is atomic structure, what is nucleus, what is neutron, what is proton, what is electron, what is ionization, positive movement, negative movement. All that is known to us by theory of atomic structure, modern physics, or chemistry. You can call whatever you say. So these are all original products that we use in development of world, and engineering is a medium that allows us to develop. Engineering is not, you can say, something exclusively unknown. It is known very well. Its origin is known. Its everything is known, because whole universe is engineering product. There were no calculations one time. Then calculation time might be a long time, and mathematics could be generated by nature, and without mathematics nature could not do what it has done. Civil engineering and other engineerings are actually very, very small applications of natural engineering. Natural engineering is master, you can say, so engineering is perfect engineering, and it automatically works. but we do not work automatically. We need something somewhere. Because we do not go from whole to part, we go from part to whole. This means when you say assembly of something, when spare parts are available, that assembly of something or some vehicle or some other machine or some equipment, we can say assembly is a kind of part to whole. So we design whole, when we design whole and then we design parts, but when we assemble them, we say we work from using of one part and fitting it somewhere and all parts to fit some location according to working mechanism of that whatever called vehicle or else. So parts to whole is human nature while whole to part is natural or it is automatism. This we have to really understand. Some people do not care for what someone says, they ignore it. No problem. We can ignore, we can see this is right, this is wrong, and that should move. And that is what I say. We have to realize where engineering lies in. When we talk of engineering, we have to come to civil engineering, and civil engineering has to come to construction engineering because ultimate product in civil engineering is delivered to people, is delivered to those national citizens or to society, and that society has to use first civil engineering product and then it has to use all other product based on you know based on natural work done by civil engineers on which the other engineers work. Maybe at that time civil engineers not available, other engineers have come, but ultimately all is engineering. So it is construction I'm talking of, which is very important part of engineering. Construction we call it engineering construction, and that's very important point. Engineering construction we cannot take it, you know, otherwise we cannot take it like what we think we are. And for example, there is construction that we call construction project, and these are both there. You can say EPC. Nothing is very, nothing is very. You can see we'll talk little about this and little about that. That is where I think is our our point of view. I have talked many times about this, and we will talk also. We talked yesterday something you can say. We were somewhere in this talk at some location of, and we don't know. I'm trying to find that page. We were held. We had gone through all this, and we had crossed all plant materials, etc. We had talked even this suspension. Let us start here. I think it's better. Rate of progress. Rate of progress. You can say we had talked already about issues that were before this point. Days, delay, cause, authority, and rate of progress, and delay damage. I think we had done this also. Delay damages. Employer suspension. We had done. Then payment for this we have done. Prolonged suspension, let us say this, and then resumption of work. So it's okay. Test and completions we have done, of course. I think I have done a lot. Employers taking over we have done. Taking over parts, and then interference and test and completion we have done. Defects we have done. So I think we have done. We covered a lot. Remedying defects. Then right of access and takeover, and contractor search also was done. Performance certificate, unfulfilled obligations, clearance of site, measurement evaluation. Okay, we are here. Measurement and evaluation, which is really you can say very common terms, you can say valuation. Valuation means to find value of some product. It can be small product or it can be major product or it can be a product made or assembled of many products. So that we say what is value of that product. It's there are thousands products in our life and every product has different value, but in civil or in engineering materials, you can say engineering products rather, not materials, engineering products, we come to we come to point where you find expensive products, not just product but very expensive engineered products, you can say very expensive machines, very expensive equipment, very expensive appliances, very expensive structures, buildings, or all metals, machines, or whatever you can say, national assets. There are two ways means we can understand this. One is how to find value of that, and always remember value is based on measurements. Now measurement is not just take a tape and go start measuring. That's not exactly what I'm talking. Measurement can be done. Measurement here, a kind of measure, If you say measure, you just take record of this dimension and measure. And also we can say measure. When there is a problem and you have to find solutions, you can say measure, take measures, what measures. So measure is also a solution. What we are saying is measurement, just to have measurements of all dimensions. And because we know every dimension is having different units, it could be linear or it could be square or cubical. Different types of units are involved, and we have elementary rates, you may say. We have basic rates. Rates means calculated rates for not exactly delivery of materials but unit of measurement, that we can say cubic meter or square meter or cubic kilometer, or you can say in whatever terms we can understand that unit. We have to find rate of that unit is cost wise. We know quantity wise, we know everything, but cost wise we can say what is rate, what is, we can say, percentage progress of this word in that contained in that item. So measurement and valuation are very much interlinked, interrelated, and can't be separated. That's very important part. It is sometimes we cannot control flow of rain, and we say take it down some source. By valuation, we can say valuation can be calculated. Of course, there can be assessment mentally also. If you have enough mind to calculate, you can say, yes, I have, based on this, I can say that. I can work out. If you have valuation method, or you know how to find, you have quantity, you have found quantity, and you have analyzed rate. If you can analyze rate, which is not very difficult, when you know in each unit what quantities are required of material and what rates are there for that material, then it shall not be much different as far as valuation and valuation measurements are concerned. Valuation is actually a declaration of expected cost or cost, you can say. It's a declaration of one unit, one reference, or one cost wise value for whatever product done on that day. It's not simply what we are saying. We have to understand this philosophy very well before we conclude something else. If we can measure something exactly according to its nature, and we can work out what to be cost of that activity or that structure, that would give us a very little doubt. So, I think you understand it's not very difficult. If you have both way of measurement, you measure and find quantity, and then you find or get analysis of that unit of quantity and multiply that, because rates are known in market, or maybe you have having separately, it doesn't make any difference. Now, when we talk of valuation and measurement, it's our duty to understand them first. It says, what shall be measured? Works shall be measured and valued for payment in accordance with this clause. Whenever engineer requires part of works, whatever part of works, to be measured on site, that engineer gives a notice to contractor of not less than 7 days. Of part to be measured and date on which and place of site at which measurement shall be made. Unless otherwise agreed with contractor, measurement on site shall be made on this date, and contractor's representative shall, what shall do? So you can say in those period of 7 days, unless otherwise agreed with contractor, measurement on site shall be made on this day and date, and contractor's representative shall either attend or send another qualified representative. Means either come yourself, representative, or send your delegate to assist engineer and endeavor to reach agreement of measurement, because this measurement also to be recorded, it is agreed by other party without any problem. So either attend or send another qualified representative to assist engineer and to endeavor to reach agreement of measurement and supply whatever particulars requested by engineer. So these are two activities that representative or contractor are required to attend that meeting or that measurement and agree measurement And if you are required to provide some document to the engineer or its a representative, you have to provide that. And if contractor fails, if contractor doesn't do it, it doesn't attend meeting or sends representative when measurement is done, you can say at that time it is notified by engineer or otherwise agreed by contractor. Measurements made on behalf of engineer shall be deemed to have been made in contractor's presence, and contractor shall be deemed to have accepted measurement as accurate. Now, if contractor fails to attend, again I say, if contractor fails to attend, if contractor fails to attend, if contractor fails to attend or send a representative at time and place stated in engineer's notice or otherwise agreed with contractor, measurement made by behalf of engineer shall be deemed to have been made in contractor's presence, and contractor shall be deemed to have accepted measurements as accurate, and part of permanent works to be measured. Whatever part of permanent works that requires to be measured from records shall be identified in specification, and except as otherwise stated in contract, such records shall be prepared by engineer. Whenever engineer has prepared records for such part, that shall give a notice, engineer shall give a notice to contractor of not less than 7 days, stating date on which and place at which contractor representative shall attend to examine and agree records with engineer. If contractor fails to attend or send a representative at that time, now when we say, again I say, whatever part of permanent work that is to be measured from records, it shall be identified in a specification, and then except as otherwise stated in the contract, Such records shall be prepared by engineer. Whatever engineer has prepared these records for shall give notice to contractor or not as 7 days. Engineer shall here as you know as heaven first said. Alright, now you can say that whenever engineer has prepared records for such a part, engineer shall give a notice to contractor of not less than 7 days, stating date on which and place on which contractor's representative then we can say if contractor fails to attend or send representative at time and place stated in engineer's notice or otherwise agreed with contractor be deemed to have accepted records as accurate. If for any part or for whatever part of works contractor attends measurement on site as examines of records and site time, wherever you just setting out, you can say contractor shall give notice if any part of what the contractor attends measurements of site examine measurement records as case may be, but engineer and contractor are unable to agree on such terms. Uh, So what we have to do? See, contractor attend measurement site, examines measurement records as case may be, but engineer and contractor are unable to agree measurements, then contractor shall give a notice to engineer setting out setting out reasons why contractor considers measurements site or records as inaccurate. If contractor doesn't give such a record, such a notice to engineer, you can say within 14 days after attending measurement or site, examining measurement records, the contractor shall be deemed to have accepted measurements. After receiving contractor's notice, under this section subclause, unless at that time such measurement is already subject to last paragraph or last point of variation and instruction, engineer shall proceed under subclause agreement or determination to agree or determine measurement. For purpose of time limits, final date on which engineer receives contractor's notice shall be date of commencement of time limit and notice in you give notice. And then agreement, time limit for agreement until such time as measurement is agreed or determined, engineer shall assess a provisional measurement or until such time as measurement is agreed or determined, engineer shall assess a provisional measurement for purpose of interim payment certificate. Method of measurement. Method of measurement shall be as stated in contract. Method of measurement shall be as stated in contract. Data, or if not so stated, that which shall be in accordance with bill of quantities or other applicable schedules. Except as otherwise stated in contract, measurement shall be made of net actual quantity of each item of payment, works, permanent works, and no allowance shall be made for bulking, shrinkage, or wastage. Valuation of work. Valuation of work. Except as otherwise stated in contract, engineer and value each item of work. Engineer shall value each item of work by applying measurement agreed or determined in accordance with clause work to be measured and method of measurement and appropriate rate or price for item. For each item of work, appropriate rate or price for item shall be rate or price specified for each item in bills of quantities or other schedule, or if there is no such an item specified for similar work. Item of work which is obtained, which is identified in BOQ or bill of quantity or other schedule, but for which no rate or price is specified, shall be deemed to be included in other rates and prices in bill of quantities or other schedules. Now, you can say for each item of work, appropriate rate of price for item shall be rate of price specified for such item in bill of quantities or other schedule, or if there is no such item specified or defined for similar work, other item of work which is as identified in bill of quantities or other schedules, but for which no rate of price is specified, shall be deemed to be included in other rates and price of bill of quantities or other schedules. A new rate of price shall be appropriate for an item of work if new rate of price shall be appropriate for item of work if item is not identified in bill of quantities or other schedule and no specified rate or price is appropriate because item of work is not of similar character or is not executed under similar conditions as any other item in contract. Measured quantity of item in change by more is charged by more than 10%. Measured quantity of item is charged is changed by more than 10% from quantity of this item in bills of quantities or other measure schedule. Measured quantity, what it says that not executed under similar conditions, can say item is not identified in or no rate or price for this item is specified in bills of quantities or other schedules and no specified rate of price is appropriate because item of work is not of similar rate character or is not executed under similar conditions as other item in contract. Measured quantity of item is changed or by more than 10% from quantity of item in bills of quantities or other schedules. This change in quantity multiplied by rate or price specified in bill of quantities or other schedules for this item exceeds 0.01% of accepted contract amount. 0.01% This change in quantity directly changes. This change in quantity directly changes cost per unit quantity of this item by more than 1%. This change in quantity directly changes cost per unit quantity of this item by more than 1%, and this item is not specified in bills of quantity or other schedule as fixed rate item, fixed charge or similar term referring to a rate or price which is not subject to adjustment for whatever change in quantity and or work is instructed under clause 13, that is variations and adjustments, and subparagraph A or B as applies. Each new rate or price shall be derived from any relevant rates or prices specified in bills of quantities or other schedule, with reasonable adjustments to take account of matters described in subparagraph as applicable, that's A, B or C. If no specified rates or prices are relevant for derivation of a new rate or price, it shall be derived from reasonable cost of executing work together with applicable percentages for profit stated in contract data. If not stated, 5% taking account of whatever other relevant matters. If for whatever item of work, engineer and contractor are unable to agree appropriate rate or price, contractor shall give a notice to engineer setting out reasons why contractor disagrees. After receiving contractor's notice under this subclause, unless at that time such rate of price is agreed, is already subject to last paragraph subclause, variations, the engineer shall proceed under agreement or determination to agree or determine appropriate rate or price, and for purpose of time limits, date on which engineer receives contractor's notice shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement or subclause. Until such time as an appropriate rate or price is agreed or determined, engineer shall assess provisional rate or price for purposes of interim payment certificate. Omissions. Whenever whenever omission of whenever omission of whatever work forms part or all of a variation. Value of work, value of which has not otherwise been agreed. Contractor shall incur or has incurred cost which, if work had not been omitted, would have been cleaned, we have been deemed to be covered by a sum. You can say value of which has not otherwise been agreed. Contractor shall incur or has incurred cost which, if work had not been omitted, would have been deemed to be covered by a sum forming part of accepted contract amount. Omission of work shall result or has resulted in this sum has. Now, cost is not deemed to be included in valuation of any substituted work. Omission of work shall result for has resulted in this sum and now we can say contractor shall in contractor's proposal under variation by instruction gives details to engineer get we're talking of variations and adjustments. Variations and adjustments. Variations may be initiated by engineer under variation procedure at whatever time before issue of taking over certificate for works. Other than as stated, failure to remedy defects, a variation shall not comprise omission of any work. Other than is stated, failure to remedy defects, a variation shall not comprise omission of any work which is to be carried out by employer or by other unless otherwise agreed by parties. Contractor shall be bound by each variation instructed or under subclause variation by instruction, and shall execute variation with due expedition and without delay, unless contractor promptly gives a notice, that is author. Other than is stated, failure to remedy defects, a variation shall not comprise omission of money work, which is to be carried out by employer. Contractor shall be bound by each variation under subclause variation by instruction, and shall execute variation with due expedition and settlement. Other than is stated of failure to remedy defects, a variation shall not comprise omission of work which is to be carried out by employer or by others unless otherwise agreed by parties. Other than under this subclause, failure to remedy defects, a variation by shall not comprise omission of any work which is to be carried out by employer or by unless otherwise agreed by parties. Contractors shall be bound by each variation instructed, that is variation by instruction, and execute variation with due expedition and without delay, unless contractor promptly gives a notice to engineer stating with detailed supporting particulars that varied work has unforeseeable having varied work was unforeseeable having regard to scope and nature of works described in specification. Contractor cannot readily obtain goods required for variation. It will adversely affect contractor's ability to comply with health and safety obligations and subcontract protection of environment. Now, promptly after receiving this notice, engineer shall respond by giving a notice to contractor cancelling, confirming, or varying instruction, and any instruction so confirmed or varied shall be taken as an instruction under variation by instruction. Each variation may include changes to quantities of any item. Each variation may include changes to quantities of any item of work included in contract. However, such changes do not necessarily constitute a variation. Changes to quantities of whatever item of work included in contract. However, such changes do not necessarily constitute a variation. Changes to quality and other characteristics of any item of work. Changes to levels, positions and or dimensions of any part of works. Omissions of any work unless it is to be carried out by others without agreement of parties. Any additional work, whatever additional work, plants, material or services necessary for permanent works, including associated tests, whatever on completion, boreholes or other testing and exploratory work, or changes to sequence or timing of execution of works, changes to sequence or timings of execution of work. Contractor shall not make any alteration to and or modification of permanent works unless and until engineer instructs a variation under variation by instruction. So what are these points? We may say these are points here for instruction. that is confirmed or varied means what are these points? These variations may occur, may include this variation, may include each variation, may include certain points, that is change to quantities of item of work, whatever item of work, and then change to quality and other characteristics of whatever item of work, change to levels, positions and dimensions of any part of works, and also omission of work, any work, unless it is to be carried out by others without agreement of parties, and any additional work, plant, materials or services necessary for permanent works, including whatever associated tests on completion, boreholes and other testing and exploratory works, or changes to sequence or timings of execution of works. Value engineering. Value engineering, contractor may at whatever time submit to engineer a written proposal which in contractor's opinion, if adopted, shall accelerate completion, reduce cost of employer of executing, maintaining or operating works, improve efficiency or value to employer of completed works, otherwise be of benefit to employer. Proposals shall be prepared at cost of contractor and include details as stated the variation by instruction. Engineer shall as soon as practicable after receiving such a proposal respond by giving a notice to contractor stating consent or otherwise, engineer's consent or otherwise shall be at sole discretion of employer. Contractor shall not delay work while waiting for response. If engineer gives consent to proposal with or without comments, engineer shall then instruct variation. Thereafter, contractor shall submit whatever further particulars that engineer may reasonably require, and last paragraph, variation by instruction shall apply, which include consideration by engineer of sharing if whatever of benefits, cost and or delay between parties stated in particular condition. If a proposal under this clause to which engineer gives consent includes change in design of part of permanent works, then unless otherwise agreed by both parties, contractor shall design this part at cost and subparagraph contractor's general obligation shall apply. So value engineering is something great, you can say. We have to talk of this value engineering, though value engineering is, we can understand here is value which may amount to valuation, but it's not that exactly. Valuation of cost, that's different. Here we are saying value engineering means we are going to add value to engineering we are doing. No, value to engineering we do. And as I defined, engineering means product we are going to produce has some value of engineering. It is based on and for future of engineering. And we are talking, when we say value engineering, this means engineering value, not cost. Cost can also be one of those factors, but other factors are also involved, like, as we say, cost saving, time saving, or quality enhancement, or reduction of risk factors, or you can say augmentation of knowledge areas, and enrichment of product, and enrichment of that project or that product by giving super value, by giving super efficiency, or by allowing whatever you can say indirect benefit or direct benefit to that project, or you can say curtailing maintenance expenses on that project by such value addition, because maintenance costs a lot for annual keep up. So there can be whatever you can say life enhancement, or we may say reduction in project's total cycle, or efficiency increase of product, or you can say there's no one criteria that can define value engineering. Means value is to earn more, its own means its own engineering. First of all, we have to enrich engineering of that item, and then quality, better quality, or you can say better strength, or you may say better reliability, in same cost or in reduced cost, or in same time or reduced time, or you can say in same quality or enhanced quality, and considerable reduction of risks that every item has application of. So when we say value engineering does not depend on one factor or other. It depends on many factors together considered that can make something better. It's not miraculous, but it's based on thinking approach. How can you get better or much better results without, assuming nothing can happen? And it goes to again to same work. It's called thinking, keeping in mind problems, or keeping in mind how to chart out best solutions. At time of design, whatever was calculated, worked out, doesn't mean that it's good forever. It's good all time. Value engineering is something very different. Of course, it is in a term in modern era, but its basis, its elaborate foundation had already been there. Everybody wanted getting more and more, and when those countries started this automatically spread to whole world. And today its value, its effect, its implementation, its respect, term value engineering is very powerful. It's not in value in engineering only, or in design only, or in construction only. It works everywhere in life. Maybe say improvement on everything, every property. Of course, you have to keep off natural forces. Those forces must be respected because whatsoever, after all, you are given those materials by nature, and we use that material in different way. So value engineering is something very different, we can say. Then we can say variation procedures. Variation procedures. Accept variations. Accept variations, and it is, it's important. Variations are important in, you know, life, because when you define a project, when you work on documentation, when you work on scope of that project, that time, and when you do it or implement it, there can be expected large gap of months or gap of years, you can say, gap of many years probably on construction projects. And there could be any more requirement that develop in this period, those requirements which could not be imagined or visioned or viewed at time of working on documentation, with documentation. There can be more requirements, there could be additional requirements, and all that, all that lead to variations, and variations be initiated by engineer in accordance with following procedures. What are those? Now, variation by instruction. Variation by instruction. You know instruction. What is instruction? No need explaining that. Engineer may instruct a variation by giving a notice in which describing required change and stating any requirements for recording of costs to contractor in accordance with engineer's instruction. There can be pre-decision also, pre-discussion also, because every engineer likes to keep cost minimum. So reaction of contractor could be known before finalizing instruction, which is a very good way of coordination. Contractor shall proceed with execution of variation, and within 28 days or other period proposed by contractor, agreed by engineer, of receiving engineer's instruction, submit to engineer detailed particulars including a description of varied work performed or to be performed, including details of resources and methods adopted or to be adopted by contractor. A program for its execution and contractor's proposal. A program for its execution and contractor's proposal for whatever necessary modifications, if meant for or if necessary, to to program according to program and to time for completion. The contractor's proposal for adjustment to contract price. Contractor's proposal for adjustment to contract price by valuing variation in accordance with measurement and valuation, which include identification, and if contractor incurs or shall incur cost as a result of whatever necessary modification to time for completion, shall show additional payment if included or contractor's proposal for adjustment to contract price by valuing variation in accordance with measurement and valuation clause with supporting particulars which include identification of whatever estimated quantities, and if contractor incurs or shall incur cost as a result of any necessary modification to time for completion, such shall show additional payment if it is to which contractor considers that contractor is entitled for, if parties have agreed to omission of whatever work outstanding, we can say shall show an additional payment if it is to which a contractor considers that contractor is entitled for, if parties have agreed to omission of whatever work which is to be carried out by others. Contractor proposal may also include amount of whatever loss of profit and other losses and damages suffered or to be suffered by contractor as a result of omission. Thereafter, contractor shall submit whatever further particulars that engineer may reasonably require. Engineer shall then proceed under subclause agreement or determination to agree or determine. EOT, if applicable, and or adjustment to contract price, including valuation of variation in accordance with measurement and valuation, using measured quantities of varying work. And for purpose of this subclause time limits, date engineer receives contractor submission, including whatever requested further particulars, shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under this subclause. Contractor shall be entitled to such EOT, that is extension of time and or adjustment to contract price, without requirement to comply with claims for payment and or EOT. Variation by request for proposal. Variation by request for proposal. Engineer may request a proposal before instructing a variation. Engineer may request a proposal before instructing a variation by giving a notice describing proposed change to contractor. Contractor shall respond to this notice as soon as practicable by either submitting a proposal which could include matters as described in subparagraphs above, or giving reasons why contractor cannot comply if this is case by reference to matters described in subparagraphs. Right to vary. If contractor submits a proposal, engineer shall, as soon as practicable after receiving it, respond by giving a notice to contractor stating his or her consent or otherwise. Contractor shall not delay any work whilst awaiting a response. If engineer gives consent to proposal with or without comments, engineer shall then instruct variation. Thereafter, contractor shall submit any further particulars that engineer may reasonably require. Last paragraph, its variation by instruction shall apply. If engineer does not give consent to proposal with or without comments, and if contractor has incurred cost as a result of submitting it, contractor shall be entitled, subject to claims for payment and EOT, to payment of such cost. Now provisional sums. Provisional sums. Each provisional sum shall only be used in whole or in part in accordance with engineer's instruction, and contract price shall be adjusted accordingly. Total sum paid to contractor shall include only such amount of works, supplies or services to which provisional sum relates as engineer have instructed. Again I say, each provisional sum shall only be used in whole or in part in accordance with engineer's instructions, and contract price shall be adjusted accordingly. Work total sum paid for to contractor includes only such amounts for work, supplies or services to which provisional sum relates as engineer shall have instructed. For each provisional sum, engineer may instruct. He may instruct about as follows, May instruct, work to be executed, that is, including plants, materials or services to be supplied by contractor, and for which adjustments to contract price be agreed or determined under variation by instruction. Plant, materials, works or services to be purchased by contractor from a nominated subcontractor, subclause nominated subcontractors, or otherwise and for which there shall be included in contract price actual amounts paid are due to be paid by contractor, and some for overheads, charges and profits. Some for overhead charges calculated as a percentage of this rate stated in contract data shall apply. If engineer instructs contractor, if engineer instructs contractor under subparagraph A or B as mentioned above, this instruction may include a requirement for contractor to submit quotations from contractor suppliers and or subcontractors for all of items of work to be executed or plant materials, works or services to be purchased. Thereafter, engineer may respond by giving notice either instructing contractor to accept one of these quotations, but such an instruction then you can say such thereafter engineer may respond by giving a notice either instructing contractor to accept one of these quotations, but such an instruction shall not be taken as an instruction under nominated subcontractors, or revoking instruction if engineer does not so respond within 7 days of receiving quotations. Contractor shall be entitled to accept any of these quotations at contractor's discretion. Each statement that includes a provisional sum shall also include all applicable invoices, vouchers and accounts or receipts in substantiation of provisional sum. Day work. Day work is very important item. We have to refer to. Day work means people may not clearly understand what is day work. Every work is day work, otherwise you can say, but what is meaning of day work in contract? It has a certain specific meaning, and that meaning should be understood and taken into spirit accordingly. When you say day work, why? First question is, why should day work be required? After all, why? If we understand why, it is easy to understand what is day work. Because we should know what does it mean, because we have certain contract based on lump sum fixed price and within certain duration this contract has to finish. Now, due to whatever reason we have to do some work unseen. We have a work, and there is something in that due to some situation. Contractor came and they left without telling anything. Only we can say that due to whatever reason it evolves that some work is to be done or is to be compelled to be done due to absence of resources, which work cannot be done within constitutional provisions of shown data. It shall be when both parties are not able to find solution to that proposal, that requirement of work, when there is no physical barrier, there is no way out. So in that case, contractor and employer under direction of engineer have to agree for a method, and that is called day work. How it works, that's also important, that throughout working of that item it was imported before, was negative value. Then we have to actually record all resources that would be sent or done on such parts. When such situation arises, that we have to record human resources on that work for very number of days, so such resource, such resource. Okay. When we are saying day work, it's very important item when that item is unknown. Human resources, equipment resources, supervision resources, whatever are employed regularly on that work, all are recorded and approved by engineer and contractor. Rates are derived or available, if available, or derived or reached to conclusion until item's last drop of water collapses. So day work is very big solution to some mental nature. Engineer may instruct that with day work schedule and following procedures shall apply. Before ordering goods for such work, other than goods priced in day work schedule, contractor shall submit one or more quotations from contractor suppliers or subcontractors to engineer. Thereafter, engineer may instruct contractor to accept one of these quotations. Whereas an instruction shall not be taken as an instruction under. If engineer does not so instruct contractor within 7 days receiving quotations of these quotations at contractor's discretion. Certain items for which day work schedule specifies that payment is not due, contractor shall deliver each day to engineer accurate statement and duplicate and one electronic copy which shall include records. We shall include records as described under contractors' records of resources used in executing previous day's work. One copy of each statement shall, if correct and agreed, be signed by engineer and promptly returned to contractors. If not correct or agreed by agreed, engineer shall proceed under agreement or determination. To agree on, determine resources, and for purpose of subclause you can say date on date works which are subject to variation under subclause are completed by agreement under this clause. So we can say one copy of each signed by engineer and promptly returned to contractor. If not correct, so agreed, engineer shall proceed under subclause agreement or determination. Then you can say in next statement, contractor shall then submit priced statements of agreed and determined resources to engineer together with all applicable invoices and estimates. In next statement, a contractor shall then submit priced statements of agreed or determined resources to engineer together with all applicable invoices, vouchers and accounts or receipts in substantiation of any goods used in day work other than goods priced in day work schedule, unless otherwise stated in day work schedule. Rates and prices at now adjustment for change in laws. We are talking of adjustment for change in laws. Adjustment for changes in laws. It's very altogether different one. Here we're talking adjustment for changes in laws. It's something, adjustment for changes in law. It's very altogether different. subject to following provisions of this subclause. Control contract price shall be adjusted to take account of whatever increase or decrease in cost resulting from a change in law of country, including introduction of new laws and repeal or modification of existing laws. Judicial or official government interpretation of implementation of laws referred to in subparagraph above permits, permission, license or approval obtained by employer or contractor under subparagraph respectively of compliance with laws or requirements for whatever permit, permission, license and or approval to be obtained by contractor under subparagraph B of subclause compliance with laws made and or officially published after base date which affect contractor in performance officially published after base date which affect contractor in performance of obligations under contract. In this subclause, change in laws means any of changes under paragraphs A to D above. If contractor suffers delay and or incurs an increase in cost as a result of any changes in law, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause, claim for payment and or EOT and or payment of such cost. If there is decrease in cost as a result of whatever change in laws, employer shall be entitled, subject to claims for payment and or EOT to a reduction in contract price. If any adjustment to execution of works becomes necessary as a result of any change in law, contractor shall promptly give a notice to engineer or engineer shall promptly give a notice to contractor with detailed supporting particulars. Thereafter, engineer shall either instruct a variation under subclause, variation by instruction, subclause, variation by request for proposal. Change, adjustment for changes in cost. Adjustment for changes in cost. adjustment for changes in cost. Files. We're talking for something just altogether. In the front here, adjustment for changes in cost, that is scheduled. If schedules of cost indexation are not included in contract. If schedules of cost indexation are not included in contract, this clause shall not apply. Amounts payable to contractor. Amounts payable to contractor shall be adjusted for rise or falls in cost of labor or workers, goods and other inputs to works by addition or deduction of amounts calculated in accordance with schedules of cost indexation. To the extent that full compensation for rise or fall in costs is not covered by this subclause or other clauses of these conditions, accepted contract amount shall be deemed to have included amounts to cover contingencies or of other rises and falls in costs. Adjustments to be applied to amount otherwise payable to contractor as certified in payment certificates shall be calculated for each of currencies in which contract price is payable. No adjustment shall be applied to work valued on basis of cost or current prices until such time as each current cost index is available. Engineer shall use a provisional index for issue of interim payment certificates when a current cost index is available. Adjustment shall be recalculated accordingly. If contractor fails to complete works within time for completion, adjustment of prices thereafter shall be made using either each index of price applicable on date 49 days before of time of completion of works or current index of price. It says each index of price applicable on date 49 days before. 49 days means 7 weeks before of time for completion of works or current index of price, whichever is more favorable to employer. So this is very important point. It says adjustments of changes in cost, and this is if schedule of cost indexation are not included in contract, this clause shall not apply, and when applies means these changes schedule of cost indexation are available. Amounts payable to contractor shall be adjusted for rise or falls in cost of workers, wages, goods and other inputs to works by addition or deduction of amounts calculated in accordance with schedules of cost indexation. To extent that full compensation for rise or fall in cost is not covered by this subclause or other clauses of these conditions, accepted contract amount shall be deemed to have included amounts to cover contingencies or other rise or falls in costs. Or I repeat, to extend a full compensation for any rise or fall in costs is not covered. To extend a full compensation of whatever rise and fall in cost is not covered by subclause or other clauses in these conditions. Accepted contract amount shall be deemed to have included amounts to cover contingency of other rises and falls of costs. Adjustment to apply to amount otherwise payable to contractor as certified in payment certificates shall be calculated for each of currencies in which contract price is payable. No adjustment shall be applied to work valued on basis of cost or current prices until such time as each current cost index is available. Engineer shall use a provisional index for issue of interim payment certificates when a current cost index is available. Adjustment shall be recalculated accordingly. If contractor fails to complete works within time of completion, adjustments of prices thereafter shall be made using either each index of price applicable on date 49 days before expiry of time for completion of works, that is, each index of price applicable on date 49 days before expiry of time of completion of works, current index of price, whichever is more favorable to employer. Now, contract price and payment. Contract price and payment, that we have to understand what is contract price and payment. Contract price, a very important term is contract price here, and we have to be very serious about this contract price. Unless otherwise stated in particular conditions, we're talking of particular conditions. Contract price shall be value, we can say, unless stated in particular conditions, contract price shall be value of works in accordance with valuation of works clause, and be subject to adjustments, additions, including cost plus profit, to which contractor is entitled under these conditions, and the deductions in accordance with contract. Contractor shall pay all taxes, duties, and fees required to be paid by contractor under contract. Contract price shall not be adjusted for either of these costs except as stated in subclause adjustments for changes in laws. Whatever quantities that may be set out in bills of quantities or BOQs are either schedules or estimated quantities and not to be taken as actual and correct quantities of works which contractor is required to execute or for purposes of measurements and valuation. Contractor shall submit to engineer within 28 days after commencement date a proposed breakdown of each lump sum price, whatever it is, in schedules. Engineer may take account of breakdown when preparing payment certificates but shall not be bound by it. Now, advance payments. If no amount of advance payment is stated in contract data, this clause shall not apply. After receiving advance payment certificate, employer shall make an advance payment as an interest-free loan for mobilization and design, if any, or if required. Amount of advance payment and currencies in which it is to be paid shall be stated in contract data. Advance payment guarantee. Contractor shall obtain at contractor's cost an advance payment guarantee in amounts and currencies equal to advance payment, and shall submit it to employer with a copy to engineer. This guarantee shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or other jurisdiction to which employer gives consent. Contractor from whatever obligation. Contractor is valid and enforceable until advance payment has been repaid, but its amount may be progressively reduced by amount repaid by contractor as stated in payment certificates. Terms of advance payment guarantee specify its expiry date. Advance payment has not been repaid by date 28 days before expiry date. What these terms are, we'll see. Just a moment, please. Let me come out after a few minutes. Just go to terrace to feed some birds. In the meanwhile, I'll be back. So take it easy by that time and enjoy your break or cup of tea, if possible, not tea. So if terms of advance payment guarantee, specify its expiry date and advance payment has not been prepaid by date 28 days before expiry date, contractor shall extend validity of this guarantee until advance payment has been repaid. Contractor shall immediately submit evidences. Contractor shall immediately submit evidence of this extension to employer with a copy to engineer. A contractor shall immediately submit evidence of this extension to employer with a copy to engineer. And if employer does not receive this evidence 7 days before expiry date of this guarantee, employer shall be entitled to claim under guarantee amount of advance payment which has not been prepaid. When submitting advance payment guarantee, contractor shall include an application in form of statement for advance payment. Advance payment certificate, what does it mean? Engineer shall issue an advance payment certificate for advance payment within 14 days after employer has received both performance security and advance payment guarantee in form and issued by an entity in accordance with contractor's obligations and advance payment guarantee respectively. Engineer has received a copy of contractor's application for advance payment under advance payment guarantee. Repayment of advance payment, repayment of advance payment or advance sum. Advance payment shall be repaid through percentage deductions in payment certificates unless other percentages are stated in contract data. Deductions shall commence in intermediate payment certificates that may be called running payment certificates. Deductions shall commence in IPC, in which total of all certified interim payments in same currency as advance payment, excluding advance payment and deductions and release of retention monies exceeds 10% of portion of accepted contract amount payable in that currency less provisional sums. Deduction shall be made at amortization rate. Deduction shall be made at amortization rate of 1 quarter, that is 25% of amount of each IPC, excluding advance payment and deductions, and release of retention monies in currencies and proportions of advance payment until such time as advance payment has been repaid. If advance payment has not been repaid before issue of taking over certificate for works or before termination under clause termination by employer, that is suspension and termination by contractor, 16 and 15 both, 15 for termination by employer and 16 clause, that is suspension and termination by contractor, or clause 18, that's exceptional events as case may be, whole of balance then outstanding shall immediately become due and payable by contractor to employer. Now we reach somewhere else, and that is application of interim payment. Interim payment, because intermediate payment or interim payment, running payment, you call it. Contractor shall submit a statement to engineer after end of period of payment stated in contract data, and if not stated, after end of each month. Each statement shall be submitted amounts to which contractor together with relevant report on progress in accordance with progress report shall include following items minimum or as required as applicable, which may be expressed in various currencies in which contract price is payable. Including VAT or deducted for changes in laws, and for changes in cost under adjustments for changes in cost. Amount to be deducted for retention calculated by applying percentage of retention stated in contract data to total of amounts under subparagraphs of this subclause until amounts so retained by employer reaches limit of retention money, if so given, stated in contract data. Amounts to be added and are deducted for advance payment and repayments under subclause advance payment. Amounts to be added and are deducted for plant and materials under plant and materials intended for works. Other additions and or deductions which have become due under contract or otherwise, including those under subclause agreement or determination. Amounts to be added for provisional sums under subclause provisional sums. Now, amount to be added for release of retention money under subclause release of retention money. Amount to be deducted for contractor's use of utilities provided by employer under temporary utilities and deduction of amounts certified in all previous payment certificates. Now, schedule of payments. Schedule of payments. Schedule of payments you have to talk of. If contract includes a schedule of payments specifying installments, if contract includes a schedule of payments specifying installments in which contract price will be paid, then unless otherwise stated in this schedule, installments quoted in schedule of payment shall be treated as estimated contract values for purposes of subparagraph. Application for interim payment. Subclause plant and materials intended for works shall not apply, and if these installments are not defined by reference to actual progress achieved in execution of works and actual progress is found by engineer to differ from that on which schedule of payments was based, then engineer may proceed under agreement or determination to agree or determine revised installments, and for purpose of this subclause, time limits, date when difference under subparagraph that's above was found by engineer shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement. Such revised installments shall take account of extent to which progress differs from that on which schedule of payment was based. If contract does not include a schedule of payments, contractor shall submit non-binding estimates of payments which contractor expects to become due during each period of 3 months. First estimate shall be submitted within 42 days after commencement date. Revised estimate shall be submitted. Revised estimate shall be submitted at intervals of 3 months until issue of taking over certificate of works. Plant and materials intended data for payment interim payment. Have been shipped or delivered as case may be to site for incorporation in payment permanent works. An amount to be deducted when contract value of such plant and materials is included as part of permanent works under subparagraph application for interim payment. Engineer shall proceed under agreement of determination to agree or determine each amount to be added for plant and materials if following conditions are fulfilled, and for purpose of subclause time limits, date these conditions are fulfilled shall be date of commencement of time limit or agreement under subclause N. This is contractor has kept satisfactory records. Contractor has kept satisfactory records including orders, receipts, costs and use of plant and materials, which are available for inspections by engineer. Submitted evidence demonstrating that plants and materials comply with contract, which may include test certificates under tested by contractor. Submitted evidence demonstrating that plant and materials comply with contract, which may include test certificates under testing by contractor and or compliance verification documentation under subclause compliance verification system to engineer and submitted a statement of cost of acquiring and shipping or delivering, as case may be, plant and machinery, plant and materials to all other. Now submitted a statement of cost of acquiring and shipping or delivering, as case may be, by plant, maybe with plant and then what do you say about this point, that is relevant plant and material? Let's repeat this because a fast speech, no problem. If no plant or materials are listed in contact data for payment when shipped, contract shall include under subparagraphs application for which have been shipped or delivered, as case may be, to site for incorporation permanent works An amount to be deducted when contract value of such plant and materials is included as part of permanent works under paragraph application of item payment. Engineer shall proceed under such subclause agreement or determination to agree or determine each amount to be added for plant materials if following conditions are fulfilled, and for purpose of subclause time limits, date these conditions are fulfilled shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause. Contractor has now what to do. Kept Contractor has kept satisfactory records including orders, receipts, costs, and use of plant and materials which are available for inspection by engineer. Submitted evidence demonstrating that plants and materials comply with contract, which may include test certificates, testing by contractor, and compliance verification documentation under subclause compliance verification system to engineer, and submitted a statement of cost of acquiring and shipping or delivering, as case may be, the plant and materials are to site supported by satisfactory evidence, and either relevant plant and materials are those listed in contract data for payment when shipped, have been shipped to country en route to site in accordance with contract, and are described for in a clean described in a are those listed in contract data for payment when shipped, have been shipped in country en route to site in accordance with contract, and are described in the clean ship bill of lading or other evidence of shipment which has been submitted to engineer together with evidence of payment of freight and insurance, other documents reasonably required by engineer, and a written undertaking by contractor that contractor will deliver it to amount to under this subclause. This guarantee shall be in prescribed in advance payment. Or you can say, and shall be valid until plant and materials are properly stored on site and protected against loss, damage, or deterioration. So you can say, employer gives consent, shall not relieve contractor from whatever obligation in following provisions in amounts and occurrences equal to amount due under this subclause. Guarantee shall not be in a similar to form described advance payment guarantee, and shall be valid until plant and materials are properly stored on site and protected against loss, damage, or deterioration. Relevant plant and materials are those listed in contract data for payment when delivered to site and have been delivered to and are properly stored on site, are protected against loss, damage, or deterioration, and appears to be in accordance with contract. Amount so agreed client shall take account contract value of plant and engineer shall have no ability. Now I read amounts to agreed or determined shall take account of evidence and documents required under subclause and of contract value of plant and materials. If subparagraph above applies, the engineer shall have no obligation to certify any payment under the subclause until employer has received bank guarantee. In accordance with subparagraph above, sum to be certified by engineer in IPC shall be equivalent of 80% of this agreed or determined amount. Consequences for this certified sum shall be same as those in 80% of this agreed or determined amount. Currencies of this certified sum shall be same as those in which payment will uh, 'those in which payment currencies of this certified sum shall be same as those in which payment become due when contract value is increased under subparagraph application for interim payment. At that time, payment certificate shall include applicable amount to be deducted, which shall be equivalent to and in same currencies and proportions as this additional amount for relevant part, plant and machinery. Then it is issue of IPC, intermittent payment certificate, issue of IPC. No amount will be certified or paid to contractor until no amount will be certified or paid to contractor until what? Employer has received performance security in form. Employer has received performance security in form and issued by an entity in accordance with contractor's obligations. And contractor has appointed contractor's representative in accordance with contractor's representative. IPC. Engineer shall issue within 28 days after receiving a statement and supporting documents, issue an IPC to employer with a copy to contractor stating amount which engineer IPC Engineer shall within 28 days after receiving a statement and supporting documents issue an IPC to employer with a copy to contractor stating amounts which engineer fairly considers to be due, and stating amount which engineer fairly considers to be due and including any addition or deduction which have become due under agreement or determination or under contract or otherwise, with detailed supporting particulars which shall identify any difference between a certified amount and corresponding amount in statement and give reasons for such difference. Withholding amount in an APC. Before issue of taking over certificate for works, engineer may withhold an IPC in an amount which would after retention and other deductions be less than minimum amount of IPC if what can say stated in contract data. In this event, engineer shall promptly give a notice to contractor accordingly. An IPC shall not be withheld for other reasons, whatever other reasons, although if whatever supplied or work done by contractor is not in accordance with contract, estimated cost of rectification or replacement may be withheld until rectification or replacement has been completed. If contractor was or is failing to perform whatever work, service or obligation in accordance with contract value of this work or obligation may be withheld until work or obligation has been performed. In this event, engineer shall promptly give a notice to contractor describing failure and with detailed supporting particulars of value withheld and all. If engineer finds significant error or discrepancy in statement or supporting documents, amount of IPC may take account of extent to which this error or discrepancy has prevented or prejudiced proper investigation of amounts in statement until such error or discrepancy is corrected in a subsequent. For each amount so withheld in supporting particulars for IPC, engineer shall detail its calculation of amount and state reasons for its being withheld. Correction or modification. Correction or modification. Engineer may in any payment certificate make whatever correction or modification that should properly be made to whatever previous payment certificate. A payment certificate shall not be deemed to indicate engineer's acceptance, approval, consent, or notice of no objection to any contractor's document or to whatever part of works. If contractor considers that an APC does not include any amounts to which contractor is entitled, these amounts shall be identified in next statement, identified amounts in this paragraph. Engineer shall then make any correction or modification that should properly be made in next payment certificate. Thereafter, to extend that contractor is not satisfied that this next payment certificate includes identified amounts, and identified amounts do not concern a matter for which engineer is already carrying out. Now, contractor is not satisfied that this next payment certificate includes identified amounts, and identified amounts do not concern a matter for which engineer is already carrying out its duties under agreement or determination. Contractor may, by giving a notice, refer this matter to engineer, and agreement or determination shall apply, and for purpose of time limits, date engineer receives this notice shall be date of the commencement of time limit for agreement. Now, employer shall pay to contractor. What is that? Payment. Employer shall pay to contractor amount certified in each advance payment certificate within period stated in contract data. If not stated, 21 days after employer receives advance payment certificate. Amount certified in each IPC issued under subclass issue of IPC within period stated in contract data, if not stated, 56 days after engineer receives statement and supporting documents, or issue of IPC within period stated in contract data, if not stated, 28 days after employer receives IPC, and amount certified in FPC, final payment certificate, within period stated in contract data, if not stated, 56 days. Payment in the amount due to each currency shall be made into bank account Then amount certified by EPC within period stated in contract data, if not paid for Tuesday, payment of amount due to each currency shall be made into bank account nominated by contractor in payment country for this currency specified in contract. Now, delayed payment. Delayed payment. If contractor does not receive payment in accordance with subclause payment, contractor shall be entitled to receive financing charges compounded monthly on amount unpaid during period of delay. This period shall be deemed to commence on expiry of time for payment, specified payment. If contractor does not receive payment in accordance with subclause payment, contractor shall be entitled to receive financing charges compounded monthly on amount unpaid during period of delay. This period shall be deemed to commence on expiry of time for payment. Alright, then unless otherwise stated in contract data, these financing charges shall be calculated at annual rate of 3% or above. Average bank short-term lending rate to prime borrowers prevailing for currency of payment at place of payment. Where no such rate exists at that place, same rate in country of a currency of payment, or in absence of such rate at either place currency or yes, Then you can say contract shall by request be entitled to payment of these financial charges by employer without need for contract to submit a statement or whatever formal notice, including requirement to comply with subclause claims for payment of EOT or certification and prejudice to any other right or remedy. Retention money release of retention money. Well, we will take care of that soon, but let me go browse some other document that is conditions, EPC turnkey projects. What is turnkey project? It's also very important part here for us. Turnkey project means it is when you can say what it notes in where to see these conditional contracts for EPC turnkey projects are not suitable for use in following circumstances. If there is insufficient time or information for tenderers to scrutinize and check employers' requirements or for them to carry out their designs, risk assessments, studies and estimating. What is suitability of this project? As questions here, if there is insufficient time or information for tenderers to scrutinize and check employers' requirements or for them to carry out their designs, risk assessment, studies and estimating. If construction shall involve substantial work underground or work in other areas which tenders cannot inspect unless special provisions are provided to account for unforeseen conditions, or employer intends to supervise closely or control So we have restrictions on use of EPC because for bidder there are certain restrictions and we have to keep on. So here I read this for your reference. These conditions of contract for EPC or turnkey projects are not suitable for use in following circumstances. If there is insufficient time or information for tenders to scrutinize and check employers' requirements or for them to carry out designs, risk assessment, studies and estimating. If construction involves substantial work underground or work in other areas which tenders if employer tends to supervise closely or control contractors' work or to review most of construction drawings. So you can say if construction will involve substantial work on the ground. Yeah. So FIDIC recommends that second edition of FIDIC real book, leave it now. Let us go. I'm just informing you what type of contract it is. So we'll take up later on. I'm just trying to say typical sequences of principal events during contracts for ABC turnkey projects. And the same charts are here. We'll discuss all this later. Now what you can see that now title is release of retention money release. You can say what to do about that. Let's point here. After issue of taking over certificate for works, contractor shall include first half of retention money. Contractor shall include first half of retention money in a statement or for a section. For a section, contractor shall include relevant percentage of first half of retention money in a statement. After latest of expiry dates of defects notification periods, after latest of expiry dates of defects notification periods, contractor shall include second half of retention money in a statement promptly after such latest date. If a taking over certificate was deemed to have been issued for a section, contract shall include relevant percentage of section or a percentage of second half of retention money in a statement promptly after expiry date of defects notification period for section. In next IPC, after engineer receives any such statement, engineer shall certify release of corresponding amount of retention money. However, when certifying release of retention money under subclause issue of IPC, if any work remains to be executed under clause defects after taking over, engineer shall be entitled to withhold certification of estimated cost of this work until it has been executed. Relevant percents of each section shall be percentage value of section as stated in contract data. If percentage value of a section is not stated in contract data, no percentage of either half of retention money shall be released under subclause in respect of such section. Next is that which is will not take now, this a statement of completion that will later on. This is a very important part, and that is statement of completion. So in fact we have covered a lot of red book contents starting from you can say original work from tendering. Now we have covered we have gone to completion level, means though it's not completed yet, means so many conditions, so many, we can say all very important from whatever point of view we have gone through. This is in this regard we've gone through, you can say, in these conditions, and these are very important. Up to 1410 we have covered up to 14.9 release of retention money, before that delayed payment, before that you can say issue of IPC, and before that you can say plant and materials intended for works, schedule of payments, interim payment and advance payment, then contract price. This is contract price and payment. This is clause 14. And in 13 we have got the adjustments for changes in cost, adjustments for changes in loss, day work, we have gone through provisional sum, then we have gone through variation procedure. This is value engineering, Right to varies. Like this, to all this, I covered about a lot of, I can say, a lot of work. A lot of work we have covered in this, and isn't, isn't bad enough. We can say it's not bad enough. It's not bad enough. It's good enough. We have to take this into our current viewpoint. I think we are not going very fast, but reasonably with good speed to go word by word or subclause by subclause and clauses in this FIDIC contract red book, which covers 21 clauses, including dispute resolutions, and 20 are related to contract. So these 20 clauses are very important. This, if we understand one by one, we understand minute details of works, it shall help all. Probably you don't find chance in a field for all this. It's only any other technical. It's just applying very, positions like. We'll take up later issues later on, and of course, I think you must be appreciating our efforts that we are working with, so that you get something in a professional way. Plus and minus of contracts that are very important, and it works. In fact, knowledge of contract is lacking in our people, and if we reinstate that, or if we try to know more, I think, not saying that we shall become very very expert, but some knowledge is always better than no knowledge, and contract is very much part of engineering execution, and this cannot be discarded away. Even if you are interested to discard it away, in no way you can discard it away, because you have to deal somewhere contracts. If not red book or not silver book, you may have to deal with white book. Wherever you go, you may be in designs, you have to do service contract, and you may have some problems from red book also due to interconnections or coordinations, or it's different. I can say we have to be very reasonable, justified in our approach, and that can be done this way. With this, I take your leave in saying, I hope that you understand what I mean, you understand what I say. It's really interesting that today I could take some time early morning of this February 7th, 2021. Of course, it is Sunday, but Sunday is better for us work. No problem if you're sleeping your time, you can do it later on. Of course, it's indeed very boring talk, but you see, knowledge is always hidden behind boring, not behind poems or funny records. I understand this approach, and I thank you all guys who may be having interest in such talks. It depends on your people how much interest do you have in upgrading your knowledge. If you can, it's up to you. Thank you.